Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am your host down to Crypto TA. Bitcoin got a little bit of a bounce back up last night. We're still just kind of consolidating, ranging sideways. You can see here based on this weekly time frame here with our coiling area here where we had the little bear flag here. It looks like we're kind of shifting on that bear flag. We still don't have a clear sense of direction until we break out of one side or the other. This is the mother bar right here. These are all the inside bars here. We would need to see a break above this mother bar, this mother candle here, or we would need to see a break below it. Right now, we're still holding the 382 Fibonacci retracement level drawn from the absolute lows of $15,476 here off of this Binance chart up to our top here at $126,199.63. So we're just kind of disrespecting this ray here. I did adjust it again. If you haven't been here, I adjusted it on the monthly time frame. I'm leaving it as is here on this weekly time frame, but still no sense of clear direction uh, for Bitcoin's price action. I've heard a lot of people saying that we may have bottomed here. I'm not assuming that we've actually bottomed here. I'm assuming that we see a bounce back up from here. That is my perception of what's happening with the market, is that we do something like this right here from back in 2022, possibly back up here towards the 382 Fibonacci and the 50% retracement level in here where we have this one wick here, where we have this one wick here, possibly acting as some sort of a resistance, and then we continue to move to the downside, breaking below this trend line here. Now, this is where I did adjust it from being like this to being like this, okay? And into the golden pocket is what I'm looking for versus the typical move into the 786.886. This is not what I'm looking for in price action, although it is something that could happen. This is what I'm looking for right here, around $57 to $55,000, maybe something like that, but nothing more than that. We do have the 50% retracement here, which coincides with the highs from here, but I do see us ultimately breaking through that if we do put in the head and shoulders formation. It is measured to drop us down below the point that I'm looking at, but reversals can happen just shy of completing the measured move. So that's my base case right there. On the 15-minute time frame over here, you see we've been putting in several little flags in here that's been squeezing the price up higher throughout here. Yesterday, we topped out at the fair value gap here. So now we have our previous day high. So if we're pushing above this high right here, then we can speculate that we are going to get that 382 to 50% retracement move on Bitcoin. And the price action may be shifting. Now, I did look at this yesterday, and I was impressed with the fact that when we got this move here on Wednesday, that when we dropped down, we did not take out the low. I do understand that relatively equal lows make for great liquidity, and we took that liquidity, and now we're just continuing to put in these little bear flags and continue to squeeze up. 4-hour time frame was looking pretty decent, in my opinion. When I looked at it yesterday, we're continuing to hold these highs throughout here. So we're continuing to put in a little bit of bullish divergence here on the chart. Still kind of walking the line on our MACD, but nonetheless, we're still putting in some sort of, bullish divvies. We'll see how we do at the top. We did invalidate any sort of bear div across this high with this move right here. So now we just need to do the same thing with this one, because price action is moving a little bit faster than, the slower. Price action is moving a little bit slower right now than the RSI. It's still not quite above this pivot over here, but I can still recognize that it's moving a little bit faster than price action. We've kind of slowed down a little bit in here. It doesn't mean we won't speed up, because we can. This slow grind could mean some sort of a fast move to the upside. It probably push us back into that 50%, that 5 EMA or this golden pocket in here that we did not. Actually, let me move this. There we go. 5 EMA and golden pocket sitting right here together. All right, so it's a pretty good look for now. Pronounced a pretty good look. I did take away another. Yeah, I took this one away right here. I was capturing these lows in here, and even when I pushed it up, we were still disrespecting it. So I just completely took that away. The other thing that I can say again that I said yesterday as well is that there is a chance that Bitcoin can push through here and probably hit the 10. I don't see it going further than that at the moment. We come back down and we look for a higher low at that point. But you can see from this trend regression line right here, we got the break up, back test, push up, back test. And it looks like we might continue a little bit more. So mind your shorts. Mind your shorts. I took a long last night on Ethereum. I actually got stopped out. I put my stop a little bit too close. Uh, yeah, I put my stop too close, and it stopped me out. And I'm known for tight stop losses, but I adjusted my stop last night so I could rest at peace. I woke up this morning, I checked the chart. It's about 12 o'clock in the morning, and I saw the move, and I went to take some profit, and I realized, hey, you don't even have a position anymore, so forget that. I did just open up a short position, even though we're squeezing a bit in here, and it was just based on the 1 hour time frame. So I opened up a short on Ethereum. Yeah, I'm around break even right now. I was kind of late to the party with this. I went back to sleep, woke back up like, oh, okay, we pushed up a little bit more, um, assuming that we're not about to go above this previous day high. And if we do, oh gosh, I still have a long open somewhere else. But right now, this week, this 1 hour chart here, you can see this top and tail or this pin bar here. I took a short position based on that right there, assuming that we don't invalidate it. We invalidate it, then I'm wrong. And if not, then I'm right. And we get a move back down. We had this, I knew we were going to go up. That's why I took the long last night. When we came back down towards our support level in here, and we didn't come back down to this line right here like we did here, like we did here. And of course, that was the start. These two are actually the start of it, but here and here, when we didn't come back down to it, it was a momentum. Momentum is holding pretty well in here, even though we took out that low in there. So I expected for price action to get a push back up. We have broken this now. We'll see if we come back into it or not. Maybe even to fill in some of this gap in here, do a fair value gap bounce or something like that. I think more upside could be in the chart for it. Let's see, when I looked at this on the and I'm gonna get into yesterday's analysis as well. So this is so yesterday I was saying, like, with the 382 and the 50% retracement, which was basically coming back into these lows right here. So yesterday it didn't hold it. It held it every other day, but every other swing. But here it didn't. It didn't hold it here. And I said that if it came up, then probably somewhere around 29.50 would be the place where price could probably stop out at. Well, it pushed through that. It even pushed through that. So it was a EMA sitting here. And I think it was like the 26 EMA that was sitting here, but it was also a trend that I could see here as well. And we pushed through it, but the RSI read was extremely high, and we were not in an environment to be so bullish. So I figured that prices were still going to turn around there. And my shorts did play out. I actually took 2 shorts off of it. So I added to the first position because we did push through on that 50% retracement level. And so I added to that position, which, it's not always a great idea to add to a position unless you're absolutely sure on it. And I was kind of sure on that one. I was actually pretty sure on that one. So my short played out on that. And then I opened another short because my stop ended up coming back for me and taking out that stop. So I re-entered again and got a double short play on it. And now I'm sitting in a new short because my long isn't here anymore. So that is where I'm at with Ethereum. And this is what it looked like when it did push up, but price action really wasn't managing to close above this point here on the, hold on, let me see, how can I put this? I would have to turn this straight, actually. If I straighten it out, price still wasn't managing to close above those lows. So this was still blocking. So I was even more confident at that point with the trade. In fact, I probably should leave it like that. What else we got here for, hold on, let me look at this. So a little bit different than Bitcoin's chart here for Ethereum. As far as the back test was going, I can connect a trend line through the lows in here. I think I probably be a little bit premature on it. We do have a little bit of bearish divergence right here in the moment. It's not confirmed until we actually see a candle, until we see a pullback here off of that candle. But right now, price action is moving a lot slower than the RSI here. The same thing, like I said, with Bitcoin. So unless it pushes up here and invalidate that. Now, the MACD was something that I was watching last night as well, which you can see the bullish divergence down here. Like you can see on the RSI, you can see the bullish divergence down here. So I just plotted this this little trend line here across this pivot here, because one thing the MACD had not done was it hadn't cleared any of its little pivots here. And once I saw that, that's kind of like confirmation for me that Ethereum probably is going to be able to go a lot higher today. We'll see once the market opens, but right now it is putting in a little bit of a bear div. Maybe we come back down, put in a higher low, and then we can go. It is a inverse head and shoulders, but that's on the 15-minute time frame. And that's already met its measured move. This typically indicates that price will see some sort of retracement just a little bit, but we're not, we're still just kind of sideways, as this is still kind of sideways too. MACD looks pretty decent at the moment. It'll look better once the MACD crosses above the zero line in here, as opposed to just crossing the signal line. It will look better once it's above the zero line. Right now, it's still just corrective until it does this right here, until it comes up the zero line. Once it comes up the zero line, and then we can look for much higher prices. But right now it is still below it. I will get to chat in just a second. Nothing's changed over here on the higher time frame whatsoever. We still do have this nasty little candle right here on the weekly. So we do still have this candle unless that becomes invalidated. And right now, I don't know that that's going to get invalidated. So there's nothing to say there. Nothing really to say here. Nope. And nope. Okay. As you can see the little inverse here. So I pushed my stop loss last night. I pushed my stop loss up when I thought that this drop right here was probably going to be the low before price continue up. And then you can see how this little wick right here came back down and got me. It took me out of my position and then went on about its business. So flagging out too. But like I said, I am in the short right now. It's currently down. I entered at 29.51. So this is something I just opened. Let me check. Good morning, Sincere. I did not. You caught it from today or yesterday? Yesterday. Okay. I'm assuming you caught it from yesterday. I did see it come up yesterday. It didn't come into the golden pocket, so I didn't take it because it front ran the golden pocket, but I did take the Ethereum short and twice. So no sold position for me just yet, which I'm about to jump over on that. But the inverse head and shoulders right here. So yeah, they came back and they got me right here. Hopefully we quit flagging out right here on Ethereum. But like I said, I am down just slightly on this Ethereum position. But that's okay because I'm not an oracle. So I'm down a little bit here. 29.51 was my entry here. All right. So yeah, for Soul yesterday, I was looking forward to push up into this fair value gap here. This 15-minute fair value gap here. We front ran. We didn't quite do that, and then we didn't hit. Hold on. Let me see. How did I have this drawn out yesterday? Yeah. You see how we front ran the golden pocket right there. So sincere, no, I did not. I did not. But yes, it was a good short to take. Either way it went, because this was a bear div here. I think all three of them may have had that bear div, but it was a bear div there. You can see it right here. You can see the lower high and the higher high here on price action as it was trying to come up, and then the MACD swiftly turned down, and the delta both turned down. And then, like I said, once it crosses the zero line, you can bet your money you're going to get a nice little return on it. The delta is already crossing the zero line over here. MACD hasn't got there yet, but MACD posture is still negative at the moment. Nice little squeeze in here. So again, looking for that little push to the downside, however how much it wants to give us. I think we might even have some slight, let me drop this one. Slight bear div right here, but like I said, they're squeezing price a little bit through here. So there is a little bit of a bear div right here. They're squeezing price through here. But I'm still expecting for this to trace down. Even if they push it back up here towards the 786, this is coming down. And you can see what I mean. Crossing zero, crossing zero. It's one thing when the delta crosses zero. It's a better trade when the MACD crosses zero than it is for the MACD to cross the signal line. It's a better trade. We still have this wide mouth on the EMA ribbons in here. Stopped out around the 120 in here yesterday. It looks like if we keep pushing, we might even put in a bear div here on the 1 hour time frame as well. Back test of the wedge, or the bear flag, or whatever you could say. Back test of that at the moment as well in here. So we are hitting some pretty good resistance on Solana. I adjusted this line in here this morning. I probably put it a little bit too high. It looks like I did put it a little bit too high, but yeah, it's okay. I'm still a little fearful about Solana, especially Solana doesn't really have that. Especially seeing it drop that 120 again, you know. I just think that it continues to come down. I got your line in here too, sincere. the one that I didn't, the one I didn't have on my chart, just in case. Still below the fair value low. Here on the weekly time frame as well. So not really feeling Solana right now. I added the 0.886 in here just in case it becomes a retracement level or whatever. I know that we're still in the bear market territory, and then the main thing is just not taking out this low right here. And we do not want to take out this low because it gets ugly. And we're already again below the 50% on the RSI. So the mean on the RSI for the second time, just like back over here in the 2021, 2022 bear market. Yeah, it did. It blew through that 120. Yeah, Solana's not looking pretty. It's just not looking pretty. But short incoming, I'm looking at this right here just because I know we're gonna come down. I'm just afraid of some sort of a bull dip or something like that coming into play. Let me just put this because I know they keep trying to squeeze this price up. All right, so do it like that. VIX is dropping a little bit more today. Yesterday, we looked at this trend line right here. You can see where the market got that drop off to from this candle right here, where everything started to roll over, and volatility picked up pretty strong through here, just off of this 15-minute time frame. But it is coming down ever so slightly right now, and if it does, now that it's clearly it looks like it's breaking this trend line. I'm not going to move this line right here because it could come back up and act as resistance. But on any sort of a continued move to the downside, then I'd be looking here about this 1560, 62. I don't think that the VIX actually comes below the 1433. So that's my case for it right now. But even this right here would be a nice move for all of the assets if the VIX does drop down this low. Right now, we're still lingering around this trend line here. And I'll be looking for another rejection here unless we're looking to break out. So you can already tell that the momentum, I'm not sure if it still is, but it was shifting higher because we're failing to come back down towards this direction. And maybe it's a rising wedge now. Maybe that's what it is instead of this megaphone pattern because we're not coming back down here. I don't see it fixed coming down here, period. So possibly that. And that's just total 2 excluding Bitcoin right now. Still outside of its bear flag, hockey, I don't know, whatever. Still below the low of the trend line from the breakdown. USDT, we knew it was at resistance. We do got a nice little trend regression line going up through here now since it did break from here. So it still looks good. USDT dominance still looks decent right now. I wouldn't count it out. Not right now. Until it breaks down below this line right here. I really don't have to have this one anymore. So I can take that away until it breaks down below this trend line right here. And see how we bounced the last time. Need to break down below here. Even then we come back into some sort of support. But that alone could be a nice move for Bitcoin if it is actually rejecting there. Coming down here could be a nice little move. Solana versus Ethereum, not doing so great right now. That's others. And let me just check back on dominance. Pushing. Still looks good to me. It still looks good. No violation yet on the monthly time frame either, which is what I prefer to watch, weekly to monthly on Bitcoin dominance. And then I use the VIX for everything else, but Bitcoin dominance. Really want to see the breakdown. It's going to come from here. All right, Bitcoin still holding, Ethereum still holding. Back in profits on Ethereum, actually. That's cool. All right, we're starting to break that trend line here. But again, that can be, price can just go sideways in here for a little bit before we actually see that breakdown. It can just go sideways. It doesn't mean that it's going to, blast all the way back up here and take out this high, simply because in the moment it looks like bullish divergence, but it can just go sideways until it breaks down. I'm going to remain with the bias to the downside as long as the delta is below the 0 line and the MACD is negative. Same situation over here with strategy, where you can see the bullish divergence underneath here, and strategy is already at support levels. Remember, everything through here is going to be a support level for at least until it comes down here and takes out this lower. Well, maybe even then it could still be, these are still support levels for it. So it is an area where you would find support. Outside of it, look for the shorts if you choose to, but here, this is all support. And I think that there was some news that came out on strategy. Wow, it's going to be rough if that happens. Going to be rough if that happens for strategy. But yeah, strategy's holding up. Take a look at coin and circle. Circle continuing to respect the levels that we have in here. Looks like I'm missing one right here on this chart. Yeah, I'm missing one off. No, yeah, I'm missing one off of this chart right here because I think that's supposed to be like a 65 sitting right here, but it continues to respect the levels through here. Let me take that away. Let me see. Dang, NVIDIA just broke up. Oh my gosh, NVIDIA just broke up. my circles chart over here instead. All right, so here's circle. Continuing to respect the levels through here. So these are good levels to have on your chart if you're trading circle. I was just noticing that NVIDIA got this break to the upside here, but let me check. Hold on. Good with a gap up. I'm gonna get into gold because I know I missed gold yesterday. Totally missed gold yesterday. There we are. NVIDIA's getting that break above here. We can say it broke it before. We can. If I move this trend line down to here, it did break it one time before. I had to move it. But at least it showed more resistance the second time here. And now it's breaking above it a little bit here. I need to adjust this. No, I can leave it like it is. I can leave it like it is. We'll see where we go with this today. And then, of course, coin, because coin can be a leading indicator. And coin with a little gap up this morning as well. In the platinum pocket at the moment. That's where it gapped up from, the platinum pocket. With the same bullish divergence down below. Okay, while I'm here and waiting for these shorts to play out on Ethereum and Solana, and Bitcoin. I'm gonna go ahead and move through these right here real quick. All right, so Oracle is holding here around, what are we using? The 3-month standard deviation 1 at the moment. So remember what I said about Oracle. The sell-off wasn't very aggressive in here, and as long as Oracle can hold here, then it increases the chances for it to see a bigger bounce through here. It may not come up here and take out this high. There is still the factor of this 150 sitting down here. So I think eventually it's going to get down here to this 150 and probably bottom out here around this 150, something like that. But the selling pressure wasn't aggressive following the earnings, but I can delete this now. My little failed opportunity here. It was actually, I thought it was a good buy in here, and I said that yesterday I'd probably pick up some. I did not pick up any, but once it loses this, yeah, 150, and before I say bottoms out at 150, it can also come down here to this 124. So this is going to be like the mean on the 3-month time frame. So maybe something like this towards the 124. I'm sorry. Yeah, 124 could be a low for it. But it's holding up pretty good in here. I'm not going to take any trades on Oracle. Tesla. I think Tesla could put in a lower high in here unless Tesla moves past this point right here to show that it's extremely bullish. You don't want to mess with it. I don't really care to touch Tesla because you really don't know what direction Tesla's going to go in. It doesn't pump off of logic. It just doesn't. It doesn't correct off of logic either. So it did take out the previous high, and it did drop below its previous daily low yesterday. So I'm thinking that maybe it puts in a lower high in here, and then it comes back down and takes out this liquidity down through here. I can be completely wrong because it's Tesla. And I really don't know how to trade Tesla. I really don't. Tell the difference from here. So still in this channel. If I'm wrong and Tesla pushes up here, back to the channel, I will look to short it there. But if I'm right, Tesla corrects, now I look for it to come back down here towards the low of the channel, even towards the 406. Now, there is a big order that went in on Tesla, that a huge order that went in on Tesla. So price, we could see it somewhere around, like I said, 315. That could be what we end up seeing price at. And you can see that this 320 right here, this is going to be your 20 SMA off of your 3-month time frame. I think that's a 3-month and not monthly. No, off the monthly. So it could be this 20 SMA in here off the monthly time frame, which would probably shift a little bit up since price action is in an uptrend here on Tesla. But 315 is supposed to be the target. So I watch for that, this correction to take place and price start to push down here. That's what I think for Tesla. This is Robinhood, and I gotta put it on a 4-hour to make sense. We can assume that Robinhood is not complete with the highs just yet, that this could just be a wave 4 on Robinhood, and then we see another push to the upside on Hood. That is the assumption that I have for Robinhood right now, that on the macro, this correction that we've been seeing in the price action on Hood is just a wave 4, and we still have wave 5 to put in on it. So hopefully we'll continue to hold here. I know that I'm wrong if we come down and we break this low in here, break this low here. We break this low in here, then I know I'm wrong. So if I'm wrong there, then target for me is going to be 85. I also have a target down here around 60, but right now that target would be 85 for me if this low in here gets taken. Otherwise, it's a wave 4, and then there's one more push to the upside for Robinhood. This is our sizzle set up in here. Still hanging around our 72. So if you did do sizzle, I can't guarantee that it gets up here now. because we're still just kind of floating around in here. Yeah, we've been chopping this for a minute now. This is supposed to be the final target here for Sezzle. And it looks like we're losing a lot of steam right here at the 72.51. If we are losing steam, then I would think that price would come back and we could probably back test this 61 here. And failure to hold 61, and we just, I mean, it'll come down here towards this next ray in here, somewhere around 40 to 30. General dollar is still holding ground. My assumption is that general dollar is going to get up here to about 180. I still hold that bias based on the inverse head and shoulder, and it's a pretty large inverse head and shoulders on it. So you can see it. This is the target of that inverse head and shoulders that will put it here. So we got Lululemon still doing good. Lulu, target for Lulu is 258. I don't see any reason to doubt this one. Not at all. Even with the high RSI, it would just give some sort of corrections, but this one looks pretty good right here. It looks really good. Rounding bottom formation. Take a look at it here on the weekly time frame. And we know that Lulu dropped into what, the 200 EMA off of the monthly time frame, I think it was, with this low in here and this order block. Yeah, this is just the target that I have for it. Could it do more? It probably could, but 258 is all I'm looking for here on Lulu. And let's see where we were at. Yeah, there's a 200 EMA bounce off of Lulu along with this, and the way I draw them out a lot of times is to put it on the line bias in here. So this was resistance at one point in here, doing pretty good. So yeah, I'm looking for it to get up here to 258 and then see some sort of a reaction around 258 to put in a higher low if it's going to put in a higher low. Potentially coming into some sort of resistance right now. So maybe you get a little bit of resistance here to 227, pushes through that, then we make our target, and then we'll see a correction and then a continuation potentially. Could be a little bit sideways here for a while too. Lulu. Making sure Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana is still not okay. They're still sitting kind of sideways there. All right, Broadcom. Like I said, I'm looking for a bounce from this level is what I'm saying. I don't think that we go below this point right here on Broadcom, and then it gets to bounce back up. I'm thinking that this is probably an ABC correction. Probably come back into here for one of these levels in here. I can't really say which one for sure. Maybe it gets a rejection around the 50 in here. So come back up here to about the 50 and then continue to move down in here. Potentially coming back down here towards the low of the channel that I plotted here for for Broadcom, but I don't think we go below this right now. So this is just A looking for B, and then C comes into play. But definitely, definitely going to be bouncing from here is what I put out on Twitter the other day. So definitely think it'll be bouncing from here. I mean, it hit target. If I could have played this thing right here, I would have, but I can't. Speaking of which, I don't think that I'll be trading any stocks on Coinbase. If anybody tuned in for that Coinbase speech that they had the other day, I just won't be, because I don't think Coinbase can be competitive with their fees at all. And I refuse to pay those. I hate trading on Coinbase already because of their fees. But that's Broadcom. as I go talk about something else. If my computer wants to move. All right, this thing I didn't like, and it's trying to prove me wrong. It's trying to prove me wrong. And I hate it, because I told you that you would be buying the top if you bought this. But there was a whale order. There was a whale order for a target here, which would have been the measure move. Now we did end up breaking below this, and I kept saying to you, okay, I got a trend line on here that connects the body, and then I got one for the wicks. And the only reason why I'm watching it is because I really want to see whether or not I want to keep using this app, not TradingView, but it's Cheddar Flow. I wanted to see if I wanted to keep using Cheddar Flow. Now I can still see this from the other one I use, which is bar chart. But I wanted to see if I wanted to keep using Cheddar Flow. This information actually came from bar chart though, for this target, for this unusual volume that came in that would suggest that price action would be coming up here. Now whales can lose money too. They can, but they bought enough of it to suggest that price was going to get up here. And I was just like, don't do it. And you see how it proved me wrong. We looked at this the last time. It was back here on Thursday, and I said, oh, okay, well, it did come back up this time towards the line chart. I still don't like it. And then it did this genre right here and came back and back tested the line for the wick. So I guess it is going to get up here. Like I said, you would still be buying the top. I don't care. You would still be buying the top. And I was looking at the monthly time frame actually, and just saying, like, if you're taking the long on this, you're still going to be buying the top. And I just didn't think that it was worth it. But it's working. Not because I like it, because I don't. I hate it. And that's GE Aerospace. And guess it'll finish out the move up to 353. I think 315 was the target from the whale. This, when I did this based on the double bottom that it did have at the time, it was just this wick right here. It wasn't the rest of this. And I said that it had the double bottom in here, and this was the measured move for the double bottom that actually came up towards that target that the for the whale order. And it broke it. So I don't even know how to feel about this anymore, but still 315 is supposed to be the target up here for GE Aerospace. Palantir. Not necessarily going to plan, not necessarily not going to plan. I was looking for a move back down here towards the 169 for Palantir, following the break of this ascending channel in here. but that didn't happen. It did come back up and back tested it. We got that moved down, but it's coming back up now, so it could just decide it wants to push through here. If it starts to break above 190, I start looking at 207.51, but um, I don't have a reading for this one right here, to be honest. Not here on this time frame. Daily, weekly um, would suggest that it would get that move down. And then just looking at this right here, it might even put in a head and shoulder formation. And we come down here towards this 124 or something like that here at this trend line. Apparently, I know I'm looking for downside, which is why I sold the remaining of my Palantir position, which I didn't have that much left anyway after my first big sale. But I do still think that this, yeah, my bias is to the downside. That's what my bias is. I'm not holding any position for it, long or short, anything like that. Like I said, I sold the remainder of my Palantir, assuming that price action was going to get that drop to the downside. So I'm going to stick with that bias there, unless price invalidates me by trading above this 190. Until that happens, again, I'm looking for downside, possibly somewhere down here around 121. And the reason why this appears all the way up here to the upside is because when I do my charting, I do it based on extended hours. So outside of the normal trading hours, I take that data into account. I do see Bitcoin trying to move back up just a little bit. Like I said, flagging a bit, but AMD, I'm still looking for a move all the way down here towards the 180. So, and that's this head and shoulder measured move here. You can see that we had already came up and back tested it. So just still waiting for it to finish playing out. That's it. You know what the invalidation would be for the head and shoulders. But really, if this holds as a double bottom, then I would consider that to be an invalidation, especially coming back up, breaking through this 224. Yeah, if it comes back up and breaks through that. But in the meantime, it still isn't complete. Looking for 180 here on AMD. This looks like it's going to get a pop up. It's a 4 hour. Yeah, it's going to get a pop up. It's already trying. Look at daily. Bullish divergence. On volatility, that is. Yep, I'm going to stick with that target till it proves me wrong. It's not something I would take now. It's just an update to the previous analysis. And this is Intel. You already know what I think about Intel. I see Intel coming back down here towards this, to this 33, to this 33. I've tried to work with this, whatever this is, but the more I have to move it, the less I care for it. I will move it again. So the idea here is it comes here and then it bounces away, possibly coming back up here for maybe a rejection. And if it gets, I'm sorry, stop it. Come here, you want it to see hold that support, which more than likely it will. I don't think that it's going to take out this low right here. It bounces up, puts in a lower high, and then it has the potential of coming down 26. I don't see a reason for Intel to let me start hating on Intel. $33 and then bounce away. That's a bullish structure in here until it isn't. So $33 and bounce away. I don't think that there's anything not doing DoorDash, Nova Nordisk. I'm bullish. Um, hate Walmart. Yeah, that's it. All right. Nvidia, Palantir. I'm sorry, Nvidia. We looked at that. Tesla looked at that. I'm not gonna do any of the other ones just yet. I'm gonna jump back over here on Bitcoin because I can see us moving a little bit here. So bidding. So Bitcoin actually didn't put any bear dip there, but it's starting to bear dip now. I think this had open mouth on the Bollinger. It did. I don't know why this one keeps turning on this time frame. Turn it on. So still holding above the standard deviation 1, which you don't have to wait on. We could even see if it pushes up here into this trend line. If not, then it's still looking to roll over. It is bear diving. Squeeze on 15. Stop loss 133.95. 10x. Will you go on with your 10x, Sincere? I'm 2x and everything. Ethereum, I know, is starting to squeeze over here, at least on this 15-minute. Let's see, we're putting in a squeeze in here, already below standard deviation 2 in here. I'm looking for this to break to the downside again. Just kind of taking it sweet time, getting there. Unless they shoot this thing up to take liquidity and then drop it. That would be the only thing. Go ahead and draw a fib on this. It might be 50. Clean through the center of that, baby. Look at that. I can use that instead just to see. Yeah, I'd put that there. I think this had already tapped the center. It had already hit it one time before anyway. But yeah, it did tap the center of that gap. Which, you know what? I'm just going to slide it back here. It might be useful. It might still be useful. I'll try the fib off of this low for this one. Take this 50 away. Let me just make sure I drew this line right. I don't know if I did this before or not, but I am a little OCD with lines. I'm just going to assume at best, while things are going really slow in here, that at best maybe fill in the inefficiency. If it did decide to, do something crazy, then maybe it just fills in the inefficiency instead. But this all still suggests some sort of a move to the downside, a correction to the downside, especially all of this chop right here. All of this gets eaten up. And since Bitcoin dominance is up, whatever Biddy does, I would expect for the rest of them to do, unless they're outperforming Bitcoin. Let's see if anything is outperforming Bitcoin right now. Everything is outperforming Bitcoin right now. Suey. All right, Suey. Suey was at do or die yesterday, wasn't it? I think it was. Monero. Yeah, I think Suey was at do or die yesterday. Let me check it. Check out Suey while Bitcoin is still paused. Still paused. I don't know, what was that? Yeah, that's Solana. All those shenanigans. Yeah, yeah, because we're looking at Sui being at standard deviation one yesterday from the lows of the Bollinger and the need for it to hold here. And if it's not holding here, then we know what the outcome would likely be. Um, which it looks a lot better there, but still. That it could increase the probability of, I mean, we know that if it loses that, it could increase the probabilities in my mind to come down here to 23. We do have the weekly level in here, but yeah, this is definitely what we want to see Sui holding that. We want to forget about this wick in here and say it holds in here, which would be the lows. I think this is probably like No, not anymore. Never mind. Yeah, just want to keep holding here. Had this one. Kind of swept the high on this one. And then it swept the low too. Swept the high and the low. So I'm going to focus on this one. Just trying to see if it made any sort of a pattern, and it didn't. And then there was also XRP, but it's need to adjust that. I know a lot of people are taking shorts, or currently open up some current shorts against XRP. But the thing I found with XRP is that RSI isn't as useful with XRP. XRP moves on not momentum, it moves on volatility. So using the RSI is going to be less useful when you're trying to pick bottoms and tops for XRP. That's why XRP performs like a stable coin. It's because it moves on volatility. It doesn't move on momentum, and they're not the same thing. So when it moves, it just does something crazy. And the weekly time frame suggests that this low is weak. Hmm. It was ADA yesterday that was at do or die levels. Also, with the bottom in here. Change this daily. Looks like it held that daily and didn't break it. Hmm. Just know it has to get up from here, otherwise you're going to be in some trouble holding ADA. And not to mention, um, dang, yeah, so we want to see ADA back above um, 39. Needs to come back above 39. Start trading above 39. Like it was trying to hold it before over here. Needs to get back up above here. Then we can look for the trade into this one. So essentially breaking above this low. Once it reclaims back above here and starts trading above here. Hmm. Let's see. I want to put one of these on the chart, but I actually don't have a stop just yet for my Ethereum position because it's gonna correct, and my leverage is super low. It's gonna correct. I know it's stupid to not have one, and if I had to put one in here now, then it would have to be up here somewhere, which is pretty large for somebody else. I'm gonna start TPing on this thing pretty quick. That is a 2-1. And I want to put it, no, it won't matter now because if it squeezes and breaks to the upside on this, you don't want to mess with taking the first short out of a squeeze. Or first correction out of a squeeze, you don't want to take that. Maybe by the time you get to the second one, chances are better. I still say it breaks down. But it can come up here and take, they might want to do another little liquidity grab. Yeah. The way we're moving so slow, I'm almost feeling like they want to do a liquidity grab. Which means if you're not in a short, you're getting it off of, well, hold on. We'll wait. I want to tell you right here, but we'll need to wait and see what the reaction is if it comes up here and takes out this liquidity. Maybe it pushes into this gap right here, and then this could be a better short entry for you up here. I always do it. I usually set it to a 3-1. That's always the starter pack for me, a 3-1. So that could be a better outcome, just depending. Just depending. I really don't see it doing this in the moment, not with something like this. But we'll see what the reaction is, if they're gonna take the liquidity from here and probably squeeze up if they do that. If they do that. Slide it over for a sec. I got up late to this, so I woke up again late to this. This would have been better for a stop. I think this, if I did it like this, probably, which isn't really the best place. So we're at 786 high. Golden pocket, 786 there. This golden pocket is just above this high. Let's see. So I'm going to take your focus off of my short and focus on something better for you. Zoom out. Still pumping. BTC incoming. Yeah. Already at 6 BTC coming. Yeah. And I was sincere. I was complaining about the sideways, the little tight ranges before market opens, and now we're doing a bunch of liquidity grabs. Does look better on the 4 hour than it did before. We'll give it credit for that. Did I hurt you? Thank you. See what this did the first time. Mm. Yeah, this is shenanigans right now. I'm just trying to let it get back to a key level. And then, like this would be something significant in my opinion. And also this previous day, how would be something significant? This is psychological right here. Even this would work. All right, slow. Check Bitcoin. Well, this is going to be a mean reversion. Sort of weird. I'm not going to leave this on here. I just wanted to see. Yeah, this isn't going to break down. It's not going to actually start to roll over until it breaks the mean. So you can see here how we're holding above 50, how we came up, and we still been managing to hold above 50 as we're squeezing price higher. It's not going to drop until it breaks below this 50. I'm just doing this for demonstration. And once it breaks that, then it'll roll over. I don't know if it was doing that over here on the 50. So much higher on the 50. I mean on 15. 7 minute. I'm gonna leave that on 7. Let me see. Solana already took out their prior high right here. I mean, you can try it. It still might want to come up here and fill in this inefficiency. There's still a large space. I don't know if I like it, but if it's coming down here, which I have to move this to here now. All right, Ethereum is breaking that trend line, but still, I mean, yeah, it's breaking below that. We're topping, but we don't have any energy. Sloping anything. Same energy as Bitcoin. I added a little bit more to my short position. I was already here, but I added a little bit more to it. That's my entry. 29.57. So I'm still down. Sets me in at these highs. Sincere, do you have a Bitcoin short position? I'll tell you one thing, a 4 hour closure above here, we could be coming back to this 200. Not saying it doesn't, that it happens before correction. I'm just saying that. Bitcoin's like, no, not yet. All right, we're breaking the mean. Come on, Bitcoin. Same energy, Ethereum. It's still kind of slow, in my opinion. We on some shenanigans, but I'm looking for the continuation to the downside. We did break the mean, which is typically what you have to kind of look for when you're putting in bullish and bearish divergence at the same time. It doesn't tend to play out until it breaks the mean. I'm using the mean in this case for the RSI. I like to see the follow through with the MACD because it's still moving kind of slow, but that's the typical right there. Um, see, Ethereum, same energy. I just set it to the 7-minute time frame. Again, this is a little closer to following through with the MACD, but again, we kind of slow with this process. But we did invalidate any sort of a bullish divergence from this low right here, like I just looked at over on Bitcoin. So maybe a back test. As long as we're not running back up that 50, maybe a back test and continuation. I am looking for the continuation. I'm going to TP1 here in a minute. Not yet because it hadn't dropped far enough, but I am in profits right now. Right. So I'm going to look the scale out once it drops a little bit more. Or I'm going to have to add some more. All right. See, Solana. I didn't drop Solana on a 7-minute. I was looking at it from here, keeping it to this 15-minute time frame. It's just something I probably could have done for the other ones too, but I don't know. Solana's just looking a little bit different because it did take out its high. Ethereum didn't do that, and Bitcoin didn't do that. Just Solana. Solana ain't with it these days, and then it came back up. Let's see what it did too. It might not show over here on this one, but I can see it from here. No, Solana's totally different. It's totally different. I can show you Ethereum and Bitcoin. They're basically the same. So even when we got the mean revert, and this candle is still alive, so it can always continue down. You see how we caught the standard deviation too, right here, as opposed to expanding out. Did that show anything like that down here? Yeah, yeah, I can see that. Okay. But that caught standard deviation too. I'm still saying down. I wouldn't have added if I didn't think otherwise. I tell you that I added if I didn't think otherwise. And then Ethereum did the same thing where it caught standard deviation too. Instead of expanding, it held. Still saying down. But Solana's in its own little space right now. this, I would have seen that, but that doesn't matter to me. Just suggest that the slowness to suggest that it was a weak low. It might have been. Let me just see what that was. That was a back test. I think it was. Back test. I don't need this anymore. I really don't need this anymore either. $67, $23.96. Oh yeah, who pissed Solana off? Sincere, probably. Oh boy. Let's see. This is the inefficiency field here for the 1 hour. 4 hour doesn't have one. 15 minute. It's all the way up here. Struggle with that. Yeah. It's going to invalidate any sort of bearish divergence too. I don't know. Sun ain't got that same energy. Put this back on 15 to see if I'm missing anything or not. So that's the feel of the inefficiency from the 1 hour time frame. But Solana doesn't have any bear days. It's still toppy. Maybe one too many shorts in here. Maybe that's it. I do still have a faster RSI than price action on the 1 hour time frame, but no invalidation, no validation of the bearishness just yet. MACD still rising. Right, this is the second time it actually pushed into this trend line. I'm gonna drop it. I can't use it if it keeps disrespecting it, so gotta let it go. I was just checking out Hyperliquid. It hit some resistance in here, but the next resistance point will be up above here, so it'll be like an SFP if it managed to get up here. So about 25.84 to the upside is what you would watch for on Hyperliquid. At the moment, this is what, probably 786, just like everything else, well above 786 at the moment. And let me see what point 886 is at, but um, it's here. We move this higher. It's a little bit too much. I'm gonna leave it like this. But what I do note is, again, if it pushes up a higher, then it takes out this liquidity here. In fact, you know what? Forget that, because nobody really likes to play it when on this higher time frame, low time frame like this. Caring about that. Um, it could do like an SFP though. That's something I would look out for on it if it manages to get back up here. But it did hit some resistance at 24.67. What's the resistance level? I guess I might have to move this. I didn't want to, because that was what? That was a back test this time. I'm gonna move it since price clearly broke back up above it. All right, that is a bear dance. Now, if we validate it, we close below this candle right here, then we can validate it. We can validate it against here. Make sure that's correct. Yep. Just the low. The same scenario. Just kind of slow, slow, slow. Ethereum still sideways. Bitcoin, I just moved it back to a 15-minute time frame to look for the 15-minute mean revert now. On the 7, it still looks just like Ethereum, below the mean at the moment. Back over here to Solana for the shenanigans. And its aggression against BTC is increasing. So I said it is the one that is continuing to take out its previous little highs here on this 15-minute time frame. And I don't think that over here. Hold on. Well, never mind. Just keep a watch on that. Again, this was the inefficiency field from the 1 hour time frame, which is pivot low, and then for the 15-minute inefficiency, it is actually here. It is there. I was looking for it to validate the bear div, but it didn't close below this candle low right here to validate it. Until that happens, it still has the potential of invalidating the idea of it having bullish divergence on this little rising structure here. I hope I said bearish divergence. I don't know if we're waiting for market open or what we're doing at the moment, as we are just kind of still squeezing flat line on the delta, just riding the zero line right now. MACD is declining, however, yeah, it's still above the zero. All you can do, excuse me, wait for a full breakdown, or DJ in these tops. That's about it. So yeah, I do think that we're kind of waiting for market to open here to feel see what sort of impact or reaction, if not baked in already on JPY. And while I'm talking about it, you see this? That dang on head and shoulder. Something I was looking at a little while back. Broke down. Oh, it's a very important range. That's a very important range for the yen. Hmm. Last time was back here, 2012. Back 2012. And right here, not so bad. Okay, so it did close above there that time. All right, let me check on the SPY. I haven't done that today, and I said I was going to do it because I didn't do it yesterday. So SPY holding this bar right here, holding the low here, holding these highs over here at the moment. If I put it on the daily time frame, you can see it recover. But I'd rather put my attention on this bar right here. Let me see what that is. Don't really have a lower structure, just top. Hold on. Can't really tell from that chart. All right, so we're still holding the trend line over here. I made them look different. They're the same, but I made them look different. So no breakdown from this triangular formation in here just yet. Just the prior one up here. Haven't looked at this in a minute. Actually bounced away from there. So my thesis hasn't changed on this chart. I still think that price action, and it'll take some time. It's not fast like crypto, but everything still suggests that price comes down here. Everything still suggests that price comes down here to this level. It's just been a while. Just been waiting for a minute. First things first is going to be target one, which is this area. Get rid of that. Unless it's also using that as some sort of support level, which I doubt it. Yeah, it's not. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Just focus on that rising structure. It is showing that it is supporting. And for the breakdown of this line right here, down into this area right here first. And then what we have is a broadening structure here for S&P, a broadening structure. So here, which typically breaks to the downside, but starting with this wedgie structure, I'm not thinking that it's coming down here, anything like that. But I do see the potential of price coming back down here to this area. Last time it did get that bounce, I remember that it did get that bounce off of the 200 EMA, and what you were seeing from the chart up here. Let me put it on a 2-day. This was the original structure here, and when it came back down, it just back tested that. Which is going to be in line again with that 200 EMA, so it can just come back. That kind of measures out right there. Front runs it just a little bit, but could try to hold. Well, that puts it back inside of the. Just waiting for a full breakdown from this ascending line here, and once that happens, maybe it tries to catch some support again like it did before, right across here. But this would be the first area of interest once it breaks for me, being here. I don't see anything in here that's suggesting nothing. Sideways and up as it continues to walk the line. That's it. Monthly. Definitely looking down here. See if it gives it. So the last few times it dropped below its I guess I don't want to call it, yeah, average. It deviated here. It deviated there. So maybe it deviates again and then does it. Like it's holding right here right now. Maybe it deviates one more time and then does it because it double deviated here, double deviated there. It double deviated there. That's I'm not even counting that one. Double deviated here. Did it too many times over here. It likes to double deviate. So maybe that's the bounce and come back up here one more time and then drop down. But that's the first fire off on that signal for a move down like that. MACD still positive, curving but still positive. No bear dip off of that recent high there, as opposed to how it bear dipped here. Delta and MACD are diverging against each other. That's something to look for as well. But maybe, again, maybe just one more little push back up into that ascending line here at the top. And then, hold on, maybe not that one. What was the other one I had? The other one is being blocked. Let me see. It might be this one. It's not that one. It's not that one either. It must be down lower. It's the other one. There it is. This one. This is the one I meant. So maybe it deviates and come back up to this one since it did double deviate, since it did a double tap the last few times off of that monthly time frame. Maybe, let me make sure this is visible. Maybe it comes back into this one instead. And then you get that drop down. For this level. Very toppy though. I don't really get into the cues. It's not much different. I think when I did my assessment on the cues, it always returns to VWAP. That's it. So from each pivot low, I plot a VWAP, and when it retraces, it always retraces back to the VWAP. I think that's what it did in those occasions. That was that one. Well, hold on. How far back did I go with this? Apparently, I stopped out. I don't know why. Make sure I'm not hiding it. No, I'm not. I guess I only went back that far just to see how it behaves with VWAP. I mean, so based off of that prior low with the VWAP, I would expect for it to come back and tap into this one. I don't expect for this trend line to be anything that holds, drop down, back test this VWAP right here. And then this seems to be the one it likes the most, but that's because it just got there, right? 559 looks very probable. Monthly. About the same, really. Every time it got overly extended and it started to compress here, it got a drop. Same thing here, overextended, compression, drop, overextended, compression, drop, compression, drop, overextended, compressing. I don't really see this as a head and shoulders. As far as this EMA situation goes, yeah, looks exactly like SPY. Just waiting for that break below this line right here and then drop it to VWAP and see how it reacts at VWAP. I don't think that there was anything else over here. Nope. Back to the Three Stooges. Sorry for the notification sounds. It's the state of Ethereum right now. I mean, yeah, we're definitely waiting on market open. We remember what this was feeling like last week when all we did was before market open, just being a tight little sideways consolidation before we made a decision. So I expect a lot of volatility as soon as stock market opens uh, to take place, whipsawing both up and down, and then making that direction. We'll put this back on at 15. Same thing's gonna go with Bitcoin. We already know it's just a sideways chop until market opens. Probably even see it in here. Yeah, Sideways chop until market opens, potentially taking out that liquidity. Potentially. I'm holding my short, and I will not abort. Just gonna hold it. I am gonna make this one change. You know, I said the other day while I'm waiting on Bitcoin. The other day, or even today, you know, I was saying that this doesn't come back down here. It's not even using that anymore. And I couldn't understand where we was getting this little bounce from in here, but now I can see when I drop this in here, this is making more sense over here. Because I don't expect for the VIX, if it does decide to pull down, to come below this low. And now it makes more sense to me to even suggest that it doesn't do that. I'm gonna stretch these out. Just wanted to bring up the speed on that. So now I'm just breaking standard deviation too. Solana ain't playing. Yeesh. I'm not in the Solana position. Let me just clear that up. I'm not in the Solana short. But just trying to see how this was going to perform. I'm in the Ethereum short. Solana wants that liquidity there. I'm still force shorting Solana though. Yep, I'm still force shorting it. Let me see what this looks like. This. Maybe it's ready to break these bear divs, but until then, still bear divs. That's a close above that high. It looked like it wants to reach for. It has to close above that to invalidate this bearish divergence that it has on it. I mean, I just don't think we're bullish enough for all that. Head and shoulders on CC. On the CCI is a head and shoulder. I'm gonna open a short now though. Even if it does come back up here for a double take, that I like that. So I will open up one now. So I'm in it, and I just entered the short. I'm not gonna move this, but I just entered this short on Solana. I'll let that stay like it is. And I'm willing to add to it if it decides it wants to come try for another bear div on it. And if it decides it wants to do this, I'm gonna add on it. But I just took it off of that.
open a session. It's just nothing happened.
Oh, okay, okay. All right.
But I don't think anyone can hear. I guess.
There may be some technical issues. I'm not sure about it. I was just being informed that there may be some technical issues. But anyway, Solana is above average um, range on its RSI. It doesn't necessarily have to imply anything, but it does. It does. It is squeezing to the upside, and it's squeezing to the upside with bear divs. And again, it does have a head and shoulders formation on the CCI as well. So you can see better bear divs from that time, from that particular indicator. Not so much here on the 15-minute time frame with the RSI, but I will add to this short position if Solana does push up any higher. And again, I just entered. I just entered from here, but I'm gonna leave this like I had it before. If it does anything, it'll probably fill in this inefficiency. It looks like it really wants to grab the liquidity from up here, which is fine. I have a small open position on it right now. And even if it does this right here, I'm just going to add on to that because it doesn't seem possible that it does that. To do this right here, RSI will be ridiculously out of this region. And Solana has been in it's not making higher highs. I'll just put it to you like that. We're not making higher highs. It'll come back down and put me in profit before it comes up here, unless for some reason they do some sort of shenanigan move to the upside. Because the market can do whatever it wants to do. I'm fully aware of that, but it's not sustainable. It is moving in between standard deviation 1 and 2. If you do a Bollinger Band trade, which is something that I'm cool with, I love to do, it is moving in between standard deviation 1 and 2. You can wait for a breakdown. I don't think it's really been hitting since it started squeezing to the upside throughout here. So you can see how it's been rolling over standard deviation 1, but reclaiming back above it. So it doesn't have the greatest strength because when it does, it usually stays in between here. It's not rolling over from it, and everything else is showing that too. But the price is being squeezed up, and there's nothing we can do about that. Nothing at all. Just pick your poison, basically. Stay out of it and wait for a clear reversal signal. Or, you know, I don't know your financial situation. I don't know how you trade or whatever. But I'm just going to take the risk in here. Let me make sure I'm still in my other short. Let's see if I got stopped out on that one. Yeah, I did get stopped out on the prior short that I had open, but that was from a couple of days ago. I don't see it anymore. It's still reading a partial, but I don't see it. Oh, stupid. No, I don't see it. I know why I don't see it because I added to it. Like why I don't see it. I added to it. It was a partial partial close. Oh my gosh. This is actually what I'm thinking about. And you know what? This is what I'm thinking about. And I took this on. I actually took this not this the short. What is who is this? Let me see what I'm down on right here. That was from earlier. I'm not down anymore. I'm up. But this was the Solana short I was thinking that I added to. No, I didn't add to this one. I opened up a new one on this dang on prop account. That's where I opened it up at. This is the one that I'm still sitting in, but the one I just opened up is actually the one from the prop account. And this one right here, I've basically taken about everything out of this one right here. So and the ETH position is back in profit. E short. I hate the pausing. I really hate the pausing. This was the trend regression line here that Solana kept has continued to hold. I had it initially going across this one right here. Initially, I had it like this, and then this would have been an entry point if you did something like that. It's in the middle of the range, so I don't bother with that. I like to take it from here or here. And so I adjusted it for this low now since price did claim above it. So this is what it's been. It's been giving the bull deals. This. So if price starts slowing down on the move down, it's gonna keep doing that, squeezing crap. When it stalls out, it just continues to squeeze. It needs to be a rapid move like this over here. So an impulsive move. and it's not doing it. That's cool. I'm just gonna add to it, like I said. If it tries that again, I'm gonna add to it. This is what I'm looking at when I say head and shoulder. Just you see that head and shoulders on CCI. Ethereum still sideways. This again implies low volatility when it's riding along the zero line. Some sort of impulsive move can happen. I never know the direction when I'm looking at the MACD unless this is down here below the zero. When it's like this, it can happen any direction. Just like again over here, when it's walking the line like that, that's an impulsive move waiting to happen. It just hasn't got there yet, and they're waiting until market opens, walk the line. You get an impulsive move. If you don't recognize what a squeeze is on MACD, that's what it looks like. Hanging around the zero line is a squeeze. It's worse when they're both hanging around it. At least with this up here, I can assume that it's corrective until it drops down. I could assume that it could turn back up. I can have that bias. But when they're both together, you really don't know. Bitcoin is, I think it's basically the same thing over here. Yeah, it's kind of hanging out right here. Initially, I was looking for continuation off the 7 minute, but we started chopping the 50 instead of getting the strength or that continued move. This first candle right here, when we did break the mean, it started slowing down. And slow means that, yeah, the move probably isn't going to happen when it slows down. It should be a rapid move, but it didn't happen. So I flipped back over here to the 15 minute to look forward, and you can see how we bounced away from the mean on the 15. Just looking for the continuation, basically. Solana was just looking like it wanted to put in a hangman candle. Got about 4 minutes left on that candle. Let's see if it does. I like the Ethereum short because of the 1 hour candle, which is this pin bar right here. But we're still not getting any traction. And I didn't take anything off of Bitcoin. I don't even know what Bitcoin. Yeah, I don't see any candlesticks or anything over here on Bitcoin other than really nothing. Um, just squeezing. If there was anything to this chart, I guess it would be this right here. This inside bar. This outside a mother bar right here. Usually something like this, liquidity gets grabbed from one side or the other. It might take a liquidity from here, and if it just takes liquidity from here, then it'll reject and then it'll break the downside. I was leaning short on this one. It's got a oof. The longer it sits here like that, it's cooling off the RSI a lot. And if it drops down, you can see how close this golden pocket is from this little pivot right here. If it drops down, it may just do a liquidity sweep from this candle right here and then pump up and reach for this liquidity over here from the previous day high. That's one scenario. To off of this candle, just drop into this golden pocket, taking this liquidity right here, and then pushing back up and taking this liquidity right here. And I'd rather use, let me just do it, this. Still got some time before market opens. Until then, I guess the market's going to be a little bit boring. If this is correct or not. I guess it is. Trying to see if there's anything interesting happening with the earnings today. Nobody I really care about. Uh, Nothing I will invest in anyway. Check a position. Do got Barnes and Nobles, Big Lots, also reporting earnings. There's no time specified for those. Carnival's reporting earnings before the bell, so paychecks. See if there's anything interesting here. Let's see. Options. Usual options volume. DJT. Yeah, DJT yesterday was showing a lot of, and that's Trump Media and Technology Group was showing a lot of unusual volume yesterday. I think this came through yesterday. Yeah, this was from yesterday. Microsoft. bunch of shorts coming for Hood, but if that's a wave four, then you will be out of the money. See if anything's over here on this. This is gonna be my last time using this platform this week, so I will not have this anymore. Nothing really. We already know the SPY is a bit bearish, but I do want to see it get that follow through on that breakdown. So got that. Um, this is silver. This is from yesterday though. Yeah, yesterday, and yesterday. So nothing new here. What hit hold is Google. All right, Google is lit. I did not look at Google today. What is fold? I hate that when I do this, I can't tell. Like some of these things, I just don't know. Blah, blah. Waiting on that speed up or slow down. Google does have some sort of a squeeze right now before market opens. This was the zone that we were looking at here for price action to hold. It came to it, got a little bit of a bounce away, and completely just after tapping into that 200 EMA just kind of rolled over. Um, so, and then this didn't hold. Would have to come back above here, above that 310. So I'm back above that 310. Google. Did I not? Google. I know I called for something on X with Google a little while back, and let me check on that. Did come back up this. I'm gonna delete this pattern as it shifted from that. And let me see. I was looking at may have been a monthly time frame. I'll find it. That's the weekly. Just looking at the weekly. This might have changed. Yeah, I don't know what that is. If you show me the problem, I can delete it. So this is what I shared back then. That price would come back to this standard deviation 1, because that's where it had been trading for Google. So it goes up, and if it does retrace back down, it's retracing back to standard deviation 1. So that was a good place to catch it from. I hadn't looked back over here since I did post on this. And this was, oof, when did I do that? It's a little while back. I stopped looking at it because I'm not trading it. Sometimes I look at something and then I put the info out there and then I forget about it, especially if I'm not in it. But now you'd be looking forward to hold this standard deviation one and not lose that. If it loses standard deviation one, then I start looking down towards the 50%. I mean the 20 SMA. It's still bullish for the weekly time frame as long as it holds here. If it doesn't, then it's outside of its behavior. I know I have not posted that much stuff. I just haven't. Yeah, way outside of my territory. So I don't have that on. Let me put that one in here. So yeah, if it wasn't holding that, I'd be looking at this high in here for a retracement on Google. But that's a good bounce zone for now. As again, yeah, it is still trading within that region. I need to check on Netflix too. Good old Nettie. Netflix is one of those when it sells off, it sells off. 30 minutes to market opens. Here it is. So this was the Google tweet that I put out. So um, you can see right here, I highlighted that this would be the return place. This could be a potential return place, standard deviation one, in the Bollinger Bands. So looking at, there was a different pattern in here at the time, which was a bullish pattern. But like I said, you had a bunch of shorts coming in on Google, which was one of the notations I had on here. But I was still thinking that, before it did that, before it did this move right here, that it would get the little break up, and it actually did break up. It just didn't break up and take out that high up there. It didn't manage to do that. It put in a lower high when it did get the break up from the pattern that I was looking at, and then that was to highlight, you know, because I'm really big on Bollinger Band trading, especially um, really, really good with the stock market on monthly and 3 month. 3 month is my time frame to trade. When you're looking for a big reversal, 3 month. If you want to catch one, 3 month time frame. I don't know who all is here that may not be in the stock market, but that's my go to right there. So yeah. back here at this level. And it will move. I don't come back and check it on a monthly. I will update it on a 3 month because I don't have to. Actually, I don't have to bother with having to update it on a 3 month time frame. On a monthly time frame, you have to check back when the month closes and stuff like that. So the month did close, and I didn't come back over. Well, the weekly time frame is what this is coming from. So the weekly time frame did change a bit, and I didn't come back to check on it. But I understand, and if you understand, you'd be looking for a move back into that standard deviation. So that's what we got right here. That move back into that standard deviation. So those cheddar flow stuff, that's people still feeling a little bit bearish on it. But for me, as long as it's holding here, I don't see anything wrong with it. And I usually do this, and I haven't updated it. You can see I haven't updated it. So let me just move these. That's why I really don't like using the weekly, because I have to look back at it every week to see where the support level might come in at. And it's like hot sauce. I put it on everything. It's kind of lame, but I went for it. Oh man. Right now it's still postured to the upside. So I'm expecting for it to hold. I'm gonna get back to crypto. Let's see. I don't even know if it actually likes this or not. Does it like it? Maybe. Maybe it's okay with it. Get that out there. All right. So Ethereum decided it wants to, but Solana to be expected because we're moving too slow coming down. I'm just gonna wait for it to pop back up there again. I'm gonna add to that short I took Ethereum. Same energy. Bitcoin still in that range. I'm gonna watch the shenanigans over here a little bit more. Fill that in. I'm gonna take that off. Can't say that Ethereum is doing the same thing, but you can see it from right here. This is why we keep pushing up because we're putting in bull divs. A lot of people don't pay attention to that. I do. Some people, all you see is this right here, this top with the bear divs. But the bull deals are playing out right now. Eventually it'll fade and they won't play out anymore. But right now they are continuing to play out. I'm still going to continue to short this thing. And then once we change the structure over here, I'll leave it alone. So far we only have the one drive and it's kind of exaggerated off of the RSI, kind of exaggerated it right here. On the 15 on the 1. The charts look a lot better. Again, they look a lot better than they did the past, I mean, since yesterday actually. They look a lot better. Pushing a little bit more here. That was a good candle close yesterday on the daily. Don't look like it, but it was. This was a good candle close. Took that liquidity. I think we did anyway. Looks like we did. Just take that one. Yeah. I didn't do anything when it did this one right here, simply because it's not a major area. It's not a major liquidity grab for me. This little SFP that it's trying to do. This is. So I'll look at what I'm going to do. I mean, if I'm going to do it here, just depending on how price action moves if it comes up here. Otherwise, I'm just sticking to what I already have in this short position. It's a little too close to my entry. See, I don't have a range here. Do I have a range from here? I don't. Do I have one on the 1 hour? I don't. Okay. If you're a scalper, you probably could have done that. Well, you could have done that. I'm not a scalper. The fees be hitting me too hard to be trying to scalp. I scalp any one of these. I'm so sleepy now. Bitcoin, I went ahead and did the same. Same little lines in here on the RSI with this little falling wedge in here as Bitcoin is going sideways and the RSI is creating some sort of a falling wedge pattern in here. And again, we are still walking the line in here. MACD is still above the zero line. If I had to pick a bias, I would say that it gets bearish divergence by trying to take another swing at this high over here. Which is why I didn't even bother with adding on to that Ethereum position from there. Too close to my entry, and plus this isn't anything major significant in my opinion. Plus, if it chooses to pump up from here, the RSI is pretty reset to do that, to get that move, to take out this liquidity over here. So just waiting on some sort of confirmation to see how Bitcoin is going to lead the rest of the market. We're almost there with market open. I think we did close above this time. And I told myself I could do it like that, but even here it looks like it's probably closing above it. Not yet. I want to go ahead and take the time to thank everyone who showed up today. Just kind of look at what I got going on. Hopefully you learn something that you can take back and use. Look at my little screen trying to black out on me at the wrong time. You can't see it, but I can see it from my end. It's one of my, I think it's my HDMI cable that I have plugged into my PC, my monitor. I need to buy another one, see if that fixes the issue. But I do believe that that's what it is. When we really find some strength, I will be looking for us to get back into here, which I think we're on the verge of. Over here on this weekly, yeah, this is still our big problem right here. This 33.54, still a big problem. That volume. And I was talking about this with Solana and Ethereum, that this is still our major resistance level. Coming up is going to be this right here. And that's 33.54 right there. That's still going to be a major problem right there. You can see it with the volume. You can see it. Basically, everything uses some sort of the same coding anyway. Here, where the wires are at, right there. So we can range in here for a while. Solana continuing to fight the good fight, even though momentum is moving faster than price action still. I have to see some follow through. Just not getting it yet. I think all three of them come up here and take this liquidity. They trying for it. They're really trying for it. If we keep dragging it out like this, all three of them looking to take this liquidity. Hmm. That's why the MACDs are flat. Well, Delta. Well, that Delta keeps sitting here. Nah, this is nothing. Yeah. Let me see what the stock market is doing. Broadcom getting a nice push to the upside. Check on the SPY. Nice push to the upside. Nice opening over here. Qs. It's 15-minute time frame also. Looking pretty decent. Tesla. See what coin is doing. Circle. Set that 85.
So I really just, that's why the Fed thing is nothing production wise. They're not going.
We're still not decisive in here just yet.
So yeah, it's nothing major other than even other than if they want to test, you may have a test that will be only the G3 or stage.
All right. I can't make it go. The only thing I could tell you is if price action is going to get a move up, then they're looking to take the liquidity from yesterday's push to the upside. This could start to change things for the entire, well, at least for Bitcoin, Solana, and Ethereum. If we are going to be closing above here on a daily closure, even a 4-hour closure, I would say is going to be good
So
for it.
that
Yeah,
would be
4 hour
a
closure above there is going to be
negotiable.
good
If
for it
anything,
too.
it would be
So
just
that's really all we need to see is a
further
4 hour closure
index
above that level,
in those environments, just
which
to
is something that
have
we have
a
not been
project
getting.
client has to really have to think of and maybe move
Then
the
we can
user
assume that we
in
start to
that
push a little bit
environment
higher.
to the new client, which is pretty straightforward.
Again,
Just
I'm
updating
not going to tell you
further
that this is a
index to
bottom
the user
when I
and
push
the
out
client
here.
into
I'm not going to say that this is a
see
low,
the
a
screen with
bottom.
them.
It's a pivot area definitely to do this like we did over here. Definitely can be that. But I wouldn't assume that it's, we go up here and we take out the highs. I wouldn't assume anything like that. If it happens, leave a
Can you give
runner.
me a jump QT? I mean, jump tips on your side with them.
And with that said, I hope everyone has a lovely weekend. Remember, less liquidity is in the market because it is the week, it is Friday. And prices are likely going to hang out around, let's see, for Bitcoin. I think this might be our big boy right here for Bitcoin. Let me see. Uh,
Oh, see mine right here. See?
it's up to date.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, that is correct.
oh,
No, what did I just do? My bad.
they can make you laptop yesterday. Mine keep freezing up on me. So, I mean, I can get it to jump support fine. Okay, now all
Let
this
me
shit
show you
is
what I'm
really
looking
good,
at.
man.
Same thing from yesterday. You can see the gamma flip at the moment. Um, it's in positive gamma territory right now. Flips negative below 49.66. So market makers are more likely to sell into that, more likely to buy into this.
Jump QTS, right? I can get jump
So
QTS, but
I did.
see morning right here. She's the help desk. She said, "Does anyone else need to have access?"
And look at TG. That's the one I look at on my chart. And positive territory on Ethereum right now. Gamma flip negative at 21.32 at the moment. So 21.32. Okay, so this is Bitcoin right now on the chart. And that's where the negative flip happens at, right below this 49.66 for Bitcoin. And then 21.32 is what I just said for Ethereum. So it's far off from this for Ethereum right now. Um, so choppy. I don't really need to change much over here on this.
It's kind of like the booklet.
It's nowhere near any of this right here for the negative gamma flip. But
So even if we were doing testing, it would be kind of like the same.
23 is going to be the put wall. Don't really know how it performs with the gaps just yet. Haven't really gave it too much research.
This particular documentation, and I'll share it with you, send it to you as well. So basically,
Stalling.
this is more like the only thing that you probably need to be. Well, it just give a overview of it. So you just basically just moving user from one client 2049
Max Payne.
in their division, right? So if we were to do when they ask you to do a test in D3, it's possible that they may do a test next week or
Max Payne for Ethereum is 2550. Max Payne for Bitcoin.
D3 environment. Make sure that when you run these, that the HEC link is not
It's going to be
say
53.
production. We don't want to move the user in production. Make sure that you get like D3 link that Harry.
I don't know if they're willing to run it up here.
If I get money in my chunks out support, I'm paying it to you.
But
So D3. So
charts are starting to look better. That's all I can say.
You run this in the
So we're holding here. We're probably holding on Bitcoin,
you select, and you just basically just taking
which is the previous week low for Bitcoin.
He's just trying to get the PK for the agency. Okay, so whatever division Harry gives you, you know, if it's say like Santosh division or whatever, you run that in HAC.
All right, I've got to go.
And then it will generate a PK.
Somebody's having a meeting in here.
And then
Love you,
PK,
appreciate you, and see you on
run this,
Monday.
right?